to not get any more blows to the head, and I saw an opportunity, so I wrestled the bottle away from her, and I took it and I held it away from her, and I pushed her away, and I said, "Stop hitting me," and she ran into the bedroom and like slammed the door and locked it, and she didn't say anything. So I like go and I try to go in the bedroom to get an explanation, and she's just in there, and I'm yelling like, "Are you gonna explain yourself? Like, what just happened?"
Did she answer you?
No, I just heard her. I guess she was on the phone.
Okay. How did that incident end?
It just ended with her like coming out and being like, "I want a Coke. Will you take me to get a Coke?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Are we going to talk about that at all?" Or she's like, just gives me sort of like a blank look with like a flat sort of smirk, and just goes and like grabs her coat.
Were there ever any were there ever any instances where there was a mark left on your face or your body by something Emily may have done?
Yeah, she's given me black eyes, scratches.
What? Tell me about the black eye.
I was trying to communicate with her about how I felt like she wasn't being.
First of all, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
You have approximately when did this happen?
I remember one instance when I believe it was August of 2021. We had gone to an inn, and I had asked her about, I thought, I need a second to recount. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So I thought that she wasn't being responsible with, so our arrangement, our polyamorous arrangement sort of requires that we stay safe. I understand that, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's nice to have that spontaneity, but if you're hooking up with other people and you're getting STIs, then that means that I can't have sexual relations until you have antibiotics and they run their course, which is like a week or two. So I thought that she was being irresponsible with her arrangements. So when I had told her about it, she like walked up to me and started punching me in my face. And
Closed fist?
a closed fist, yeah, yep. I think it was my right eye. Yeah, she blackened my right eye. She beat me about the head and neck. I remember like I wear earrings, and I remember my earrings just getting popped out. I was wearing a shirt and a necklace. Ripped my shirt right down the middle. Broke my necklace. My pendant went flying. Started kicking at me. It was just a barrage. Like the punches and kicks just kept coming and just didn't stop. And
What did you
she starts screaming at me like, you don't trust me. Like, I told you that it wasn't like that. Like, why don't you believe me?
What did you do after she started hitting you and gave you a black eye?
I had to grab her by the arms. And I remember this incident, she felt, I don't know exactly how to describe it. It felt like she started doing steroids, like, or something. Like, she had so much strength that I had to hold her so tightly that I almost thought that I couldn't even hold her. Like, she was like sweating and flailing and cursing, and it was an event. It was a crazy event. But I had to like hold her down, and I had to like lay on top of her and like hold her down bodily and wait. It was minutes for her to run out of steam.
Did you hit her back?
No, I just held her down and waited for her to cool off.
And when she cooled off, what, if any, conversation did you and she have?
Well, I told her that in the somewhere in the fray, like one of the lamps got broken. The table was knocked over. I think there might have been some like damage to the table, and you know, I definitely suggested that we make another session with Dr. Webster immediately, and yeah, I want to say she just gave me a bit of silent treatment, and then when she finally did start talking to me, it was things like, why don't you believe like what I say, like, and I just want you to believe what I say. So I told her that I was concerned for my own physical health, because she would tell me, you know, graphic details about how she felt after intercourse with said individual, and I told her, I said, I don't want to get whatever he has. Like, if I can help it, like, I don't want to do a course of antibiotics. I'm okay with just taking some time away and just take a break.
Okay. In the interview that we've all seen, you told Detective Boris and Richardson that on average, she would hit you every 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember saying that?
I do. In December of 2020, we had started a project, a tiny home project. We were following on social media a number of couples that were doing bus builds. So that's where you take like a small shuttle, well, actually any size of shuttle bus, or any size bus actually at all. But we chose a shuttle bus. We were looking at vans, initially large vans, but a shuttle bus is just larger. As I said, we're following these couples, and they're traveling around and living out of their tiny homes that they built together. And like it just clicked. It was amazing. Like, we were both like saw it and we're like, oh my God, we have to do this. Like, said it like at the exact same time, and yeah, it was cool. So we started with a shuttle bus. We went and found one. And, I purchased it and brought it back to our apartment, and we started drawing up a floor plan and started building a tiny home bus life project. We also started a social media page. We called the bus Roaming Rosie. So that was the that was the name of the page, and like, I think I don't know if I had said this, but we had started following and talking with some of the other bus life people, and just trying to get as much information on it before we, really set off into the exacts of how we wanted our bus to be laid out. And so when we start the build, I want to say that the bus is approximately 8 feet wide and 16 feet long for the living space. That's a very close, a very close situation when having to work 2 people into a small space. And there was a lot of times during the build where frustrations would be high, and there was violence within the bus during the build. There was all right. So like there was multiple times, but for example, I was working on laying down the floor, and to make a bit of space, I would work on one end, and I would try to have her work on the other end, so we wouldn't bump into each other. She was applying tiles to the shower and the kitchen area, and she was using like a Gorilla Glue in a caulk gun. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but a caulk gun is about, I don't know, 14 inches. It's like a metal. It pushes the caulk out of the tube. Well, actually, it was like a glue. It was like a Gorilla Glue that she was putting on the tiles and sticking them on. And I came and made a suggestion as to how to lay it out so she would have less overhang and have to do less cuts. And I don't know, she was frustrated and started cursing at me that, like, why didn't you fucking say something earlier? Like, you're such a piece of shit for just making me do this. And I told her, I said, you wanted to do it. And, she just said, fuck you, and started hitting me with the caulk gun.
Where? Where did she hit you with the caulk gun?
Well, I saw it coming, so I put my arm up, and she hit me in my forearm. Like this, like the side of the hand and the outer forearm.
Once?
No. This was probably like 3 or 4 strikes.
And what did you do?
She grabbed the caulk gun, and I told her to go in the house and watch some Netflix or something. Told her it's not okay to hit.
Is that what she did?
Yes, she went inside and she. I believe she was watching Netflix. I didn't go in after her. Yeah, we were just taking a break to, kind of let her just get her, cool down from her frustration.
So there were periods of time. So you got married in October of 2020.
October of 2020.
And over the year that you were married, you've described to us multiple incidents where Emily physically attacked you, right?
Right.
You haven't told us all about all of them, have you?
Oh, they all just sort of blend together. But yeah, it's almost always the same. Either she'll have a disagreement about who I'm going to spend my time with, or if I'm spending too much time in the bus and not giving her enough attention, but it always just ends the same with her running up and punching me, trying to punch me in the face, punching me in my body and in my arms, my chest, and mostly a lot of arms, and I just block her to keep her back. Kicking me, just lashing out, just a lot of lashing out. She had expressed to me that she was abused and raped multiple times, and she would have these fits where I think she would like close her eyes and shake, and I think that she was almost like reliving something.
Calls for
Oh,
speculation.
yeah,
It's saying what he thinks Emily is
sustain.
thinking.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, I can't really speculate on what exactly she was thinking, but from my standpoint, watching a person with closed eyes shaking before they lash out and strike you made me think that way.
So, you never contacted the police about any of the times that she assaulted you, did you?
No, it's not their business.
Not their business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very private person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
Where did you learn this philosophy?
Growing up in the city, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in a city called Reading for a while. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. I lived in Lancaster for a while. I lived in Allentown for a while. These are all very populated cities when comparing to Vermont, which our biggest city in Vermont is Burlington, which isn't, it's not even an eighth of like the smallest city in Pennsylvania. So, you know, when you grow up in the city, you mind your own business.
Was this something that your family believed?
Yes, yes.
And from whom did you hear this philosophy of nobody's business, keep it in the family?
My whole family, grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, like we all just, you know, what happens here stays here.
And you said earlier this morning that you were physically abused yourself growing up. Who was the
Can we
person
approach?
who?
Yeah.
Was there a time when you were growing up that social services, child welfare was called?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about how that came about.
When I was, hard to say age, but I'm gonna probably estimate maybe between 6 and 8 years old. I was at school. It was a public school in Pennsylvania, and I had some bruising that one of the teachers had seen, and I got called into the office where I was questioned about my bruises, and the teacher or guidance counselor or whoever it was had said that
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what they told you.
Oh.
What you can tell us is what happened.
there was bruises on me, and they said that they were going
Objection,
to.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what other people said.
Oh,
You can only tell us what happened as a
okay.
result of this.
Okay, so my family was notified
Okay.
that Child Protective Services.
Second, please.
Discipline from my mother. Physical discipline from my mother. I believe that they were hanger marks.
Hanger?
Yeah, from being hit with a hanger, a close hanger.
Okay. On what parts of your body?
My back and my arms.
Okay. So you were hit as a child?
Yes.
Were you ever taken out of the home as a result of
Objection, Your
this?
Honor.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question.
It's sustained.
No.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that means,
Your
so.
Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
So I think you already testified that it was from your family and your growing up in cities
Right.
that you learned what happens in the family stays in the family.
That's right.
And that's why you never called the police or any other authorities
Right.
about what was happening to you from Emily's hitting you.
That's right.
I think it's been testified, but I want to ask you directly. You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Both of you individually?
yes.
You saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah, so, well, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it, sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations. I wanted her to pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills that she came into the relationship with.
So you didn't mention that her hitting you was a reason why you might want to get a divorce, did you?
No, she never hurt me.
Well, you told us that she hurt you.
Well, she never caused severe physical injury that I wasn't going to recover from. It was just kind of normal stuff. Like I got hit when she got frustrated, and I was trying to figure out ways that we could work on her triggers. So we worked with the therapist. We did things like have pillow fights instead. Like I would just give her a pillow to hit me with, or hit Remy with, because, she could swing away and she wasn't going to hurt us with a pillow.
So you just testified that it was normal to lash out physically when a person gets frustrated.
All right, it might not be normal for everyone, but most of my relationships, the women in my life, have been aggressive, and I guess I could say physically abusive.
So you tolerated being hit?
Yes.
Am I hearing you?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may we approach briefly? Just Okay. So I want to talk to you now about the weekend of October 16th. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where had you and Emily been living prior to that weekend?
I've been staying with my friends, the Langs. Well, I've been staying on my friends, the Langs, Sarah and Jason Lang's property. Living in our tiny home bus that we were building. That was some summer going into fall of 2021.
So let me,
And then
Go ahead,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt
I
you.
didn't mean to, okay. So at some point, I want to say it was like end of the summer, beginning of fall, we had planned to do a trip in our tiny home. I'm going to call her Roaming Rosie. So we were going to take Rosie and have a trip where we would be living remotely, sort of off grid, and there was a plan to put a solar power, like a solar power system into Rosie. Emily was very interested in having the ability to charge her cell phone, so she could watch Netflix and you know, just have some creature comforts while being off grid. So she said she was going to pay for the solar setup, batteries, converters, panels. She said that her stepfather, David, would assist in installing the solar system.
Physically help put
Yes,
it in.
he would. Yeah, she said that he would. Dave. She said David will help put the solar system in the bus. So, she had come. She came to Vermont and she said, you know, today's the day. Let's go to New Hampshire. And I was like, you haven't even gotten the stuff. Like, you don't have the. I don't think she had the funds at all to buy the solar equipment.
The question was, what,
This
I want to
isn't
talk to you about the
responsive
16th.
To the,
Oh yeah, so I was sorry.
The question was, where were you living at that time?
Oh, so we were in New Hampshire for the reasons that I was just talking about, and
You were just giving us a background of how it came about.
yeah,
that
yeah,
you
that
were-
was.
Let me just finish the question.
I'm sorry.
That you were staying with the Basses.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And how long had you been staying with them?
I think that I came to New Hampshire in September of 2021. I remember Adrian saying something about it the other day, and I can't really remember fully, but that sounds sort of accurate. So yes, staying in New Hampshire with the Basses. When we left for our trip to Vermont.
Okay. What was the purpose of the visit to Vermont?
A family reunion was the purpose of our visit. My sister, she had come to Vermont for a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Ariel, and this was going to be an opportunity for Emily to meet some of my family.
So just to remind everyone, because we heard Nikki's testimony, she's about 8 years younger than you.
That is correct.
And so I think you told us you left the house when you were about 16. Is that about right?
That is correct.
So she would have been 8 years old.
That is correct.
And had you been close to Emily in the years after you left your home?
Nikki?
Judge- I'm sorry, I
You mean
don't
Nikki?
understand the question.
Was I close to Nikki?
I'm sorry.
objection, well, it's not sustained, but I don't think he meant to say what she said. Why don't you rephrase the
Oh, okay.
question?
I think you said Emily.
Had you been close to Nikki in the years after you left home?
I try to keep in contact with my sister. I've always been a huge fan of her. I do feel like I feel like an older brother to her. So also she's just amazing, and I did try to keep in contact with her.
When was the last time you saw her prior to this intended visit?
Physically saw her
Yes.
in person. That would be 2018,
So 3 years.
somewhere around 2018, I believe. Yes, 3 years.
Were you looking forward to,
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm her biggest fan, so I was very much looking forward to seeing her. Emily as well was looking forward to seeing her. She was looking forward to meeting my family, and
so you were both looking forward to the trip?
exactly, yes, we were both very excited to go on the trip. We'd been working on Rosie for a while, and very excited to try it out.
So, what was Emily's mood the day that you were leaving?
The day that we left to come on our trip,
Yes.
I'm just thinking, sorry. There's, in the morning, we woke up, she was happy, very happy, very excited, maybe a little anxious.
Anxious about what?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ferlazzo does not know what Emily was anxious about.
That's true. What are you basing what did you observe?
I observed her being anxious to meet my family.
Okay. That's fine. And we've heard testimony that you didn't actually leave New Hampshire until late in the afternoon, maybe early evening. Is that right? Do you remember?
Yes, there was like a PowerPoint that said we left New Hampshire sometime like 3 in the afternoon-ish.
What were you doing during that day?
Well, we woke up in the morning. I remember she made me some coffee. I believe we made breakfast together. And then just sort of putting things away. We were going to drive Rosie and wanted to stow everything appropriately so nothing was going to like fall out and hit her or Remington as we drove.
And who's Remington?
Remington is our dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so we packed everything up tightly to prepare for the drive. We had to move some of the vehicles around. The bus is about 24, 27 feet in length-ish. I don't have an accurate, but it's a long vehicle, and there's a short driveway at the Bass's residence that spills out onto a sometimes heavily traveled road. Just moving things so we could leave efficiently.
Okay. I know it's a little early, Judge, but I would like to take a break now. We can come back at 1:15. The next bit of testimony.
Would the parties approach so that actually you're hearing what Ms. Chance is saying? Folks, it seems like this is a good point to take our break. We'll come back at 12:50. We'll start up again. We'll take an hour break and resume the testimony with Mr. Ferlazzo. Please, again, morning, have a great lunch. Don't talk about the case. Don't learn anything or seek to learn anything about it. Just take care.
All right.
Anything anyone wants to put on the record at this time?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, thank you, Judge.
Start promptly at 10 of 1. Be seated. We are back in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo, 21 CR 8967. We're back from a lunch recess. All 16 members of the jury are present and accounted for. My usual questions. Anybody learn anything about the case since leaving the court? Did any of you read or come about any information or discuss this case with anyone during the lunch break? Seeing shakes of the head of all 16 members of the jury in answer to both questions, we'll resume the direct examination. Mr. Ferlazzo. Mr. Ferlazzo is reminded he's still under oath.
Thank you, Judge. Hi.
Aye.
So we're going to start talking about the weekend of October 16th. Are you ready?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Okay. I think you testified that you drove from New Hampshire to Bolton and arrived around 5:30-ish. Is that about right?
That seems right. It was still
Okay.
light out.
Still light out.
Yes.
And this was mid-October.
Right.
Okay. And during the drive, what kind of mood were you in?
Great mood. Yeah, we spent, well, I guess close to 11 months, like working on Rosie, and this was our first like road trip as a family. So it's very exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Emily too, she was in a good mood?
Yeah, she was super excited to take Rosie out, and she was stoked to meet Nikki and Ariel.
Okay. So you get to Vermont, and where in Bolton do you go?
We went to the Bear Run condos. My sister rented one of the she rented a Airbnb condo. So we went to, it was like, there's 3 large buildings, and I think it was the last building.
Okay. Where did you park?
Parked in the parking lot outside of the building. There was a nice flat spot, and for anyone who's ever driven like an RV, like finding level ground is it's like winning the lottery. So, well, typically if you don't find level ground, then you have to level out the RV, or else everything's going to be, if you put something on the counter, it's just going to slide onto the floor.
Okay.
So you got to make everything level the best you can.
And so finding level ground was,
Yeah, it was great.
it was great.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing that happened after you parked the vehicle, the camper, Rosie?
Parked Rosie, and so the access road to get up to the condos is very, very steep, like really, really, really steep. And there was smoke coming from the transmission, and some of it had made its way into the cab. So when we parked, she was upset about the smoke being in there, so we made efforts to immediately like open up the door, open up the roof hatch, open up all the sliders, and get some fresh air within the cab. So, yeah, it was kind of smoky in there, and she was upset about the smoke.
And then what happened?
Well, there was a bit of arguing about that, and I suggested that just step outside and get some fresh air until the thing blows itself through, and there was still light, and I suggested that we take advantage of the last light of the day, and so. Where it's located is on technically, there's 3 peaks at the Bolton Valley Mountain Range. It's like Woodland, Vista, and Timberline. So we were on the Timberline peak, and I suggested we go down. If you hike a short way down, there's a drop off, and you can get the last light of the valley over the trees. So I suggested that we hike down to the drop off and take some photos and post them up on Roaming Rosie, our social media.
And what did Emily say or do?
She was very angry about the smoke, and she started arguing about it, how pathetic it was, and that the whole thing just was turning into a shitty situation or something like that, is what she said. Then what happened then? Yes, she said she did not want to go hike down.
Did this conversation happen inside or outside the camper?
This one, it started outside and then worked its way inside. And I was like, you seem like really, really hostile, is what I said to her. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, the drive there was fantastic. Like, we're singing along to the radio together. We're talking about how we're gonna like start our trip and go meet the rest of my family. And she's all smiles, and then next thing I know, she's like throwing stuff around. And
Like what?
there was like a basket that had some bottles of alcohol and some candles, and there was like a bunch of throw pillows and Remington. Remington was like sitting with her, and she like threw her off. So I was like, yo, like, maybe just like pour yourself a drink and relax. You know, we brought stuff to make drinks. We brought marijuana. I was like, yeah, just have a smoke, have a drink, and we finally made it on vacation. Like, just try to take that in.
Then what happened?
Well,
Well, let me ask you specifically, did she have a drink?
I made drinks for myself, and I thought that she was, earlier, Dr. Shapiro said there was no alcohol in her system.
So, don't comment on that, please.
Okay.
Did she have a drink?
I saw her drinking.
Okay, what?
Must have just been Red Bull.
Okay,
But I was having Red Bull vodkas. That's what I was.
that's what you were drinking?
Yeah.
So you had a drink, and your recollection is that she had a drink?
Yep.
And was there any conversation going on while you two were having a drink?
Yeah, so there was. There was conversation because I was like, yo, you're really. So what's going on? And I was like, what do you mean you have a dilemma?
So you started telling us a little bit about the specifics of what Emily may have said, but without going into specifics, we saw in the interview that she was saying hurtful things to you. Is that a fair statement?
I saw that in the interview, yes.
And is that your recollection of what you were hearing?
From watching the video,
No, I don't want to know what you saw in the video. I want to know what you remember.
from what I remember of our conversation,
Yes.
well, I started telling you about our conversation, but then there was an issue with it, so I don't know what to do.
Just answer questions and we'll take up whatever issues there are.
Okay. All right, yeah. So we had gotten to the point where there was a discussion of a dilemma, and when I inquired about it, she showed me on her device that she had typed a very lengthy in the Notes app. There was like a multiple page. I don't know what you call it, but it was labeled dilemma. So I was like, okay, well, it seems like you have something to talk about. But then she deleted the note.
You saw that.
Yeah, she deleted it, and she said, I'm not going to talk about it. So
How were you feeling about this conversation? How did it make you feel?
it made me feel like it was pages and pages, so it made me feel like she had something that needed to be expressed. And when she deleted it, I was like sort of shocked that something that took that much effort wasn't going to be brought to my attention.
What happened next?
At some point, I texted my sister. We were supposed to meet up. There was a bit more argument about how pathetic the bus was and how shitty the trip was, and
Let me ask you this. You started saying you texted your sister.
yes,
What did you text to your sister?
I asked her when she was gonna be showing up, because we were eager to meet her. Something to that effect. I can't really remember what I texted to my sister, but it was something to like, when are you gonna be here? We're here. She came to the condo and parked next to Rosie and came into Rosie.
Was she alone?
No, she wasn't. She was with her boyfriend, Ariel.
Okay. And was Emily in Rosie with you?
Yes, she was.
So how long was Nikki there? And Nikki and Ariel?
Nikki and Ariel came and stayed for, I would estimate, a half an hour.
Okay. Did Emily participate in conversation with your sister?
She greeted them, introduced herself, and then she sort of just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, not really engaging in any kind of conversation.
And you and your sister, you talked?
Yeah, we were just catching up on sort of current events, what was new with her, how it was great to see her, and then the introduction of Ariel. I'd never met him before, so just trying to get a little backstory on how those two got together.
So I think you said that, I don't remember what you said. How long was she in the camper?
I would estimate a half an hour.
And what happened after that?
She invited us to come to, and then she left Rosie and went into her unit.
And what did you do after that? After Nikki left?
After Nikki left,
Yep.
I made another drink, had some more to smoke, questioned Emily on if she wanted to join. There was Nicole had said that they were going to watch Netflix, so that was like that was one of the options. I think she also said like there were some board games or something like that in the unit, so we could play cards or board games or watch Netflix and just hang out. So
Okay.
I asked Emily if she was interested in just going and having a kickback with Nikki and Ariel, and she said no.
So she didn't go with you?
No, she said she did not want to go in.
So you went into Nikki's Airbnb?
No, I did not. No, I did not. I told her that I wanted to go in because we came to spend time, and it started an argument, and there was a time where we were talking about she had made a new acquaintance in Vermont, and
Are you talking about a conversation you had that evening in the camper?
yes, this is a conversation with Emily.
And this is after Nikki left?
Yes, Nikki left, and I invited Emily. I was like, let's go hang out with them, and
Right.
she said, I don't know if I want to. She said, I don't know if I want to. She's like, this is pathetic. This is not what I want to be doing. I want to go. She had met someone, and she told me about using.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, we're getting into hearsay, and I also don't know what the relevance is of this.
Yeah. Okay.
So the conversation you had, did it lead to an argument?
Yeah, there was an argument because she wanted to go hang out with her friends, and I told her that she came on the trip, and she told me earlier that day, she said she was here to meet my family, to hang out. So I was very confused, well, now you say you want to leave, but we just got here. So,
So what did you do next?
well, I told her I was going to go, and then there was, she started saying some very hurtful things and some very threatening things if I was to go and leave her to her solitary. So yeah, that was the next thing that confused me, was why are we getting threats all of a sudden?
Do you have any idea about what time of night this was?
This could have been somewhere, I'm going to estimate around 9 p.m.
So what did you do after that?
Well, I told her if you want to go, then go. I don't want you to be unhappy. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But up until now, you said you wanted to. So, I just need a moment. Well, what happened is I ended up staying in the bus with her.
What was she doing?
Well, she was having a fit, really. She was cussing and saying how shitty it was and how shitty I was for not giving her money to go have an Uber and like leave the vacation. And
What were you doing?
I was on vacation, so I made another drink and I had some more to smoke. And
And just to clarify, you were drinking vodka and Red Bull?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I remember dancing. I think I put some music on and I was yeah, just trying to enjoy the moment. Really, that's what I remember doing.
And what happened?
Well, I just need a second. So at some point, I remember she had grabbed her device, her phone, and I think she was just like scrolling.
Scrolling?
Yeah, I think she was just like scrolling around. I'm not sure what exactly sites or what apps she was using. So, but yeah, I was just doing what I came there to do. I was just enjoying the scenery, like watch the sun go down. Spent some time with Remington. I kept asking her, like, if you want to talk at all, like, please talk to me. Like, there was pages and pages that you wrote, so it sounds like we should talk. But she didn't.
And then what happened?
Well, there was points where I would take Remington out to to do go potty or do her business, and
Let me interrupt you.
yeah.
Was it dark by this time?
Yeah, it started to get dark. That's what I was remembering, that it was starting to get dark, and I was getting concerned about taking Remy out. So I did like a rearrangement of the firearms, because I started carrying the Glock outside. It has tritium sights on it, so you can see in the dark. And that was, I had seen some, what I believe to be coyote. I like shone a flashlight and I saw a couple sets of eyes in the dark, so Remington's a pretty small dog. And I just wanted to be able to protect her. So
So the Glock is a gun that you typically carry?
I don't typically carry that gun unless, I take it hunting, but it's not like a concealed carry. I will open carry it in a situation similar to what I just described, where I'm just taking the dog out to do her business. We were up on the top of the mountain, so I actually used to live there, so I've seen You know, I've seen bobcats, mountain lions, fox, coyote, you know, and they're brazen. Like I remember carrying groceries up those steps and actually having a coyote like confront me. So I just wanted to be able to protect Remington.
So let me ask you, did you purchase that Glock?
Yes, I did.
Did it have a silencer when you purchased it?
When I purchased it, it had a threaded barrel to equip a silencer. I ordered the silencer the day that I purchased it, and it came in weeks later.
Okay. And there were other firearms that were found in the camper. Were they
Yes.
all registered to you?
Yes, I think there were 6 firearms. Yes, there were 6 firearms in Rosie.
And prior to knowing you, do you know whether or not Emily had any experience with firearms?
She might have had some experience, but when her and I started going target shooting, it seemed like she was still fairly novice.
And it was mentioned in testimony earlier that a Taurus was found in the camper.
Yeah, there's a Taurus 9mm pistol.
Was that Emily's gun?
Well, that was the gun that she liked to use the most because it has a small grip.
Okay. So I interrupted you. You said you took Remy out and saw what you thought might have been coyotes, and you came back into the camper.
Yep.
What did you do or say then?
Well, I came back in and I put the Glock in the sock bin. And
Where's the sock bin in relation to the bed?
the sock bin is like in the, what is, we'll call it a closet. But it's
So
just
is
like
that at the foot of the bed?
it's at the foot of the bed. It's like an opening where there's like a rod for hanging some clothing, and there's bins for like socks and underwear. So I set it in there.
Did you put the silencer on it at that time?
It had the silencer on it
Already.
from, I mean, I guess the last time that I cleaned it, which was months prior. I don't remember the last time the silencer was off of it.
And did you say anything at all to Emily about the coyotes?
I did. I said, "Oh my God, I saw 2, and that means like if you see 2, there's like a whole pack." So I was like, "Yeah, like they're probably looking at Remington like she's a small dog." So I was like, "I bet they're like thinking she's like a snack." I was like, "Not today."
Did you say anything to her about you arming herself with the Taurus?
Oh, yeah. At one point when I went out, I took Remy out for a little stroll, and I said, "You got the Taurus. I'm taking the Glock." So she had access to that. She also had access to the shotgun, which was still out at the time, but she didn't favor its large. She favored the smaller pistol.
Okay, so going back chronologically, you come back in after seeing the coyotes.
Yeah.
You talk about her taking the Taurus. You get the Glock and put it. Where do you put it?
I put it in the sock bin. It was at the base of the bed, and like the opening of what would be like a closet space.
What did you do then?
Same kind of thing, just continued to have some drinks, and it started getting dark, so I lit some candles, lit some incense. Yeah, just kind of I did what I like to call like aisle yoga. So there's like a not a very wide aisle that runs down the middle of the bus. So I was just doing some like it's like half yoga, half dancing. I had some music on. I was just stretching and enjoying myself.
And what was Emily doing?
She was scrolling away on her phone, on her device.
Was she on the bed?
Yes. Yep.
Was she talking to you at all?
She was sitting on the bed. No, not much. Not much. Didn't really show a whole lot of interest in what was going on outside. Just sort of like looked up from her device, like when I talked to her, and then just sort of.
Okay. So she's sitting on the bed scrolling. You're doing your yoga, dancing, and drinking.
Yes.
And you had lit some candles and incense. What happened next?
There was. There was a point where Emily went from she was sitting up, kind of like cross-legged, and then she went to like laying on her side, still just like scrolling away, just looking at her device, and then at one point, she lashed out and started cursing at me about the candles being lit.
What did she do, if anything?
Well, she was, she was cursing. I don't know. It wasn't really, in my opinion, it wasn't really bright, but she was cursing.
I mean, the lighting wasn't overly bright.
Right. I didn't turn any of the, we had like battery-powered LED lights, and none of those were on. It was just candlelight, so.
Let me interrupt you there, just to ask you about, there's been testimony that Emily's phone was powered off and so was yours at some point that evening. Why was that?
We turned our phones off to conserve battery life because we didn't have the ability to plug in.
Okay,
So,
so that's why.
yeah.
All right, so you didn't think it was overly bright in the camper?
No, I didn't think it was overly bright. I think there might have been 5 to 7 candles lit, so.
How many?
5 to 7 candles lit.
Okay, of varying sizes?
All the candles were about the same size, like a large,
Like a
sort of,
Yankee candle?
Yankee candle, yeah.
Like, so you're
Yeah, gesturing,
about.
whatever it is.
To
8
me, it
inches,
looks like about.
7, 8
How many,
inches.
you're saying about 7 or 8 inches tall?
Yes,
And what's the diameter?
possibly like a 4-inch diameter.
Okay, so 7 or 8 of those large candles.
Right. Yeah.
And what happened?
After her telling me to turn the fucking candles off, and I said it's not that bright, like, you could always just roll over. She got up and ran at me and grabbed one of the candles, and it was like all I could do to like grab the lid of it and like put it on top of it, and she like pulled it away and started swinging it at me and hitting me with it.
Where?
She hit me in like my neck and head, and in my arms. I was like blocking. I think she might have like hit me in the chest, but I like wrestled the candle away from her and like put it back on the counter, and then there was like a flurry of punches and kicks that she started punching and kicking me, and
Where?
in my shoulders and arms, my forearms.
Closed fist?
Yeah, closed fist, trying to punch my face. And I had to restrain her. I had to like physically grab her by her arms and like hold her arms down. And she kept kicking. She actually kicked Remy. and I like sort of turned myself sideways, and I like pushed her back to the side of the bed, and I told her that, you know, that we're not your punching bags, and
You said what?
I told her that we weren't her punching bags.
We weren't.
She kicked Remy, and she was kicking me and punching me, and I pushed her back, and I told Remy, I was like, yo, we're gonna take a walk.
So you know I've asked you this question before. When she hit you with the candle, did it hurt you?
Yeah, I don't know what that thing weighs, probably like 2 pounds or something. It's a heavy candle, and it hurt.
And after you took the candle from her, you just told us that she continued to hit you and
Yes,
kick you. And
yes.
did that hurt?
Yes, she hits hard.
And then you restrained her arms and pushed her to the side of the bed.
I did. I held her arms down, and I like turned my hip sideways. She had kicked me in the groin, so I was not trying to have that happen again. So I like turned sideways and sort of like just sidestepped and like pushed her back. And I said, all right, like, you know, we're not your punching bags here. Like, I'm like, no more hitting. And I said, you're gonna stay on your side. I'm gonna stay on my side. And then I like, you know, I looked at Remy and I was like, you know what, let's just go outside. And so I grabbed a couple things. I grabbed the Glock, I grabbed Remy's leash, and leashed Remy up, and we went outside.
And when you went outside, what was Emily doing?
I don't know. I told her.
Let me rephrase that question. You said you pushed her to the side of the bed and told her what you've already
Yeah.
described to
I
us.
said, you stay on your side, and I'll
What
stay.
did she do anything after that?
I don't know. I went outside.
Did she stay on the bed? When you left, was she on the bed?
She was like leaning against the bed when I left, and I grabbed my stuff, and took off outside. And on the way out, I said, you know what? Like, just wherever you want. Like, just be wherever you want. Like, I'm stepping out. Yeah, Remington and I stepped outside, and you know, she. When I say she, I'm talking about Remington. Went and, you know, did her business. So. When I came back inside after letting Remy out, Emily was on the bed, and
What did you do? Well, I believe you told us earlier it had been raining.
yes, it was actually, yes. It was raining outside, so when I came back in, Remington and I were wet, so I grabbed a towel and dried Remy off and dried myself off, and I came back in. And
Where was Emily?
she was on the bed. I think she was like scrolling on her phone. And
So what did you do?
I made a drink. I came in, I put my stuff down. I came in, made myself a drink, and had some more smoke. Asked her if she was up for talking about why exactly she had a fit about the candlelight. And I don't know what she was saying. She was saying something, but it was just like she was just like muttering, so I couldn't really hear what she was saying.
Okay, then what happened?
Well, at some point there was I just need a minute. Yeah, there was a. Yeah, there was some muttering from her, and then I don't.
After there was muttering from her, what do you remember doing next, you?
Well, some time had passed. I think there was like another drink involved. And then at some point, I had decided to go climb in bed, and
And just to be clear, your side of the bed is at the back of the bus, correct?
right, yes, it is.
So in order to get to your side of the bed,
Yeah,
what did you have to
Objection, Your
do?
Honor, leading.
there's.
What did you have to do?
Yeah, to get into the bed. So, to give you an idea, like the bed is very high. There's a lot of storage, and then there's a mattress, and then she was laying on top of it, so it was very high. So you have to climb onto the couch and then across her side of the bed to get into my side of the bed.
So, did you say that you decided to try and get into bed?
Yeah, I decided to get into bed.
And did you take the Glock with you?
Yeah, I drained my drink, and I grabbed the Glock off the counter, and I
And what was Emily doing?
she was laying in bed.
And where, if you know, was the Taurus?
The Taurus was under her pillow.
How do you know that?
That's where it was the last time that I had saw it,
When was that?
earlier that day.
Okay. That evening or that day?
That day.
Okay.
It was there all day.
Okay, so you take the Glock
Yes?
that already has the silencer on it, correct?
Yeah, it had a suppressor on it.
And what do?
I climb into bed, and as I'm climbing across Emily, her mutters turned into shouts, and I you have to climb over the person to get to, like, if this is my spot and this is her spot, this would be her. Like, you have to climb over her to get to here. So I was climbing over her, and she shouted, "Fuck off," and she threw an elbow at me, and elbowed me in my groin.
Did that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. It was like right to my genitals.
Did you say anything when she said fuck off?
I didn't say anything when she said "fuck off." I got hit in the groin, and I said, "No more hitting." And so we had a bunch of throw pillows that we lined around the bed, the top of the bed where we slept. So one of the throw pillows was right there, and I swatted her with the throw pillow, and I said, "Stop hitting." And that's when it happened.
What happened?
She said, "That's it. You're dead." And she threw her arm under her pillow, and she pulls her hand out with the Taurus. And
How were you feeling?
I was feeling horrified, just
Were
like
you afraid?
I was terrified. Like there was like as soon as I saw that, like I just felt like this like wave of heat, like just like red hot, and she started like pushing her body up in an instant, and I'm like, no, 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 and like I don't know, like she wasn't stopping, and I had my I was holding my Glock, and she started just like coming up at me, and I just fired.
Why?
She was gonna shoot me.
And you were afraid?
Very.
You fired twice.
That's
Do you
right.
remember firing twice?
All I remember is like feeling like three things. It was like I felt like it was like boom, 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 and it was like two shots, and then her body like dropping, like
That's what you remember.
that's what I felt. Yeah.
That's what you saw.
Yes.
But I asked you what you felt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I felt the. It's just horrified, and yeah, it was terrible.
Did you shoot her because you were angry?
No, 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 no. Yeah, it was like she wasn't gonna stop, and like that was the only way. Like it didn't like didn't have to be like that. Like
Is there a question?
I'm giving my witness time to recover. He's having some difficulty. Okay, so are you ready to continue?
maybe just a moment.
So, Joseph, okay. What happened after you shot her?
I yelled at her, like, I said, "Are you fucking kidding?" And like, why the hell would you do that?
Did you know she was dead?
I picked her up.
You're asking for a sidebar, ask for it, but don't come up here.
May we? May we approach briefly?
Yeah.
Very briefly. You picked up her body, then what did you do? You've already told us that you were yelling at her.
Yes.
What did you do?
I shook her.
You shook her?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I wasn't sure if she was dead. She just fell lifeless, and she was gone. Like,
Okay. What did you do after you shook her? You confirmed in your mind that she was dead. Is that what you're telling us?
yes.
Then what did you do?
I threw the pistol on the couch. I grabbed the other pistol. I threw that on the couch.
Let me back you up. What pistols are you talking about?
There's a Glock pistol and a Taurus pistol.
So the Glock is yours, and that's the one you used to shoot her, is that right?
That's correct.
And the Taurus was hers.
That's correct.
And they were both on the bed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What did you do with them?
I threw them off the bed onto the couch.
Did you remove the silencer from the Glock?
No.
Okay. So you threw the two guns onto the couch.
Yes.
Then what did you do?
I slid off the couch and I slid off the bed, and I was like, I remember like touching her hair and touching her back and talking to her. And I was
Did you have anything more to drink?
later on I had some more to drink, yes.
So what you're telling us is you sat beside her body for some
Objection, Your
period
Honor.
of time?
He has not testified to any of that.
Yes, for some time I sat.
So wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait.
There's a series of leading questions, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I've been told. So what did you?
Wait till I finish. So
Oh, okay, sorry.
no more leading questions, all right?
Well, we're just setting some foundational things, Judge.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
So
Where are
without
we?
my putting words into your mouth, what did you do next?
I sat with her body, and I touched her hair, I touched her back, and I talked to her. And
Do you have any idea what time of day or night this might have been?
this was probably after 2 a.m., which would be Saturday morning. Saturday morning.
Then what did you do then?
At some point, I lifted her up again, and I was inspecting her, and I just saw like a lot of blood like coming out of her head, and I was like, oh my god, like. So I went and I had some plastic bags, so I went and opened a plastic bag and head, so she would, I didn't know how much blood was gonna come out, so, it was like a catchment, and, I sat there, for some time, just like, maybe like 10 or 15 minutes, just like sitting there. And there was, I don't, at some point after that, I think I like slid off the couch onto the floor, and I called out for Remington, and she has like a small doghouse underneath one of the couches, so I checked on her, and I sat with her, and at some point I grabbed the vodka and continued drinking.
Let me stop you
Okay.
and ask you. You're testifying today about what you remember. When did these memories come to you?
My memories came to me sometime after the event. I was detained by the police, and I was put into a cell, and I want to say it was like at some point, maybe like, I'm estimating, you know, like a week or 2 weeks, probably closer to 2 weeks later, after being in the cell. I don't know, like I had an experience. I know that this is going to sound strange, but I had an experience. I don't know if anyone's ever like been on a merry-go-round, where you're on it.
So what you're telling us today about what you did after you shot Emily, are those memories that came back to you later on?
Objection. Again, Judge, another leading question.
When did those, what you just told us, it was a couple of...
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks. I was having flashbacks. I finally started to. I felt I felt very separated. And what I mean by that is like I feel like my mind and my body were on two different planets, and started to like feel clean.
So let's continue with what you remember happening, and we're in the early hours of Saturday morning, right?
Early Saturday morning, I sat with Remy and we mourned together, and we were just like so scared and confused, and I remember drinking from the bottle, and then and yeah, I remember the sun coming up, and then at some point I made the call to get some coffee together. So
So you remember making coffee?
Yep. I remember it being sun up, and I remember making my friends some coffee. Took Remington out. Drank some coffee, and then it was just I don't know. Like I was just like I was having a hard time focusing, you know. I just remember like my mind was like working in loop or something. Like I just kept seeing. I just kept seeing it happen over and over. It's terrible.
Are you telling us that you saw yourself shooting Emily?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Wait until the judge rules.
Oh, sorry.
You can answer.
No. I just remember. I just remember like the sensation of like her body dropping, and I remember like picking her up and her just like falling, just lifeless.
And that's what you remembered.
Yeah.
You were, I think you said over and over.
Yeah, like intermittently just interrupting everything.
What, if anything, do you remember doing on Saturday?
On Saturday, I reached out to my sister. I was reaching out to see if she was awake, if she had her morning coffee yet, to see what her plans were for the day. I don't know if she asked me or if I asked her about eating, because the next thing I remember is we went to eat some breakfast.
You remember that?
I have like a couple flashes of like getting in her car, somebody's car, Ariel's car, I don't know whose car. I remember getting in their car. I remember like being at the restaurant. I don't really remember specifics.
Do you remember telling her anything about where Emily was?
Yes, okay. Yeah, I do remember she asked, is Emily joining us? And I lied.
Why did you lie?
We talked about how their trip was for their it was for their vacation, and that she didn't want us to bring our drama, want to dump that on her.
So your testimony is that you didn't tell her that you shot Emily because during drama?
Yes, to her vacation.
And what else did you do on Saturday that you can now remember?
After breakfast, there was about her. She wanted a tattoo, and I said I'd be happy to give you a tattoo. So we made plans to meet up. Oh, you know what? I think at some point I took a breakfast. I took a shower in her Airbnb. And
So you remember her asking for a tattoo and you agreeing to do that, right?
yes,
What else do you remember happened on Saturday?
took a shower. I had to pack Rosie up for a trip, and after the events the night or the morning the events of the morning. Emily was lying on so I had to do like a clean up. I had to clean up some things, and yeah, I collected some items, and like I said, I packed things away so they wouldn't move around during transport, and I moved Emily from the bed onto the floor of the shower, and
Idea what time of day this happened?
I want to say midday.
So after you had breakfast, took a shower, came back, you cleaned up. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah. Yes.
Else, if anything, do you remember?
I drove to Sarah and Jason Lang's. They were letting me use a room as a studio where I was doing some tattooing, and there was I want to say maybe like an hour and maybe like an hour and a half drive up to St. Albans from Bolton. So I drove. Yeah, I drove through Jonesville. I stopped at the river where we used to go swimming. I threw some items into the river. I drove to.
When did you remember all of this?
This is all stuff that I'm just putting back together. I feel like everything, all my memory is very fragmented. Like it's just like pieces of a puzzle, and I'm just trying to put the puzzle back together. So I didn't remember until we started trying to figure out why everything happened and how everything happened.
Okay. So you drove up to St. Albans, is that right? To the Langs.
Went to the Langs.
What happened then, if you remember?
I parked Rosie, and I went to speak with Sarah. She was home. I think Jason was working.
What, if anything, did you tell them about where Emily was?
They, well, Sarah was there, and she asked, "Where's Emily?" And I lied to her, and I told her that Emily had left to go hang out with some friends. Yeah, she was talking about going to hang out with her friends, so I just sort of like ran with that information and just told Sarah that she was hanging out with her friends.
What do you remember happening next?
Well, at some point, my sister and Ariel showed up at the Langs. Yeah, she brought me my phone, and
What do you mean she brought you your phone? Wasn't it with you?
no, I asked her if I could use her electricity at her Airbnb and leave the phone charging, and she could just bring it with her. So she brought me my phone, and we talked about doing a tattoo. And I remember really angry. Not with my sister, but just like the events that happened, it just kept like rolling over in my head. And I was just so angry, like thinking like how anyone could push me to that. Like I just never thought that was possible. And yeah, just like really out of focus. And
We've heard testimony from other witnesses that you appeared very calm and natural. You remember hearing that?
I do.
But you're telling us that that was not what you're...
I was outwardly. Yeah, I think I'm a very closed off person. I'm a very private person, and I do drink and use more. I've been sober for 3 years, but out there it was pretty bad. I was drinking and I was smoking almost all day, and it definitely helped to like just keep me numb.
But are you telling us that in general you're a closed-off person?
I mean, I don't really show outwardly like how I'm feeling or what's going on with me.
Okay. And it's been commented before that, and we've all seen it on the interview. You were able to go from showing emotion to having small talk just like that. How is that possible?
I mean, the interview, the video is hard.
We're going to talk about that in more detail. I'm just asking you about
Well,
flipping
so
the switch and
yeah, a lot. I usually will start talking to someone to get them to open up about themselves.
And you're talking about working as a tattoo
Yeah,
artist.
artist and a piercer. What I do, it hurts. It hurts people. Like, tattoos hurt, piercings hurt. So as a distraction, I will get people to talk. And once they're distracted enough, then I will do the procedure, and typically they're not focusing on the sensation, so they can be still. I don't know if anyone has tattoos, but you can't move around. It's permanent marks. So if you move around, if you want the word Bob, it might come out saying Bub. So you don't want to move around a lot when you're getting.
So is this your explanation of how you're able to engage in small talk?
Yeah, I just
easily?
get people talking.
This is a habit that you've developed.
Yeah, it lets me focus on what I'm doing without having to worry about them.
Okay, so you said you were drinking a lot and smoking a lot at that time, over that weekend.
Yes?
And we were talking about what you did on Saturday. And what else, if anything, do you remember from Saturday?
Tattoo for Nicole happened, and then Nicole, Ariel, and myself went to get some food and some drinks. And I believe they drove. They drove. I got in their vehicle, and we went to Twigs. And I remember having like a snack, and I remember having multiple drinks, and leaving. Well, really, I remember them dropping me off back at the Lang's place.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of the conversation, or a lot of. Very distracted and very just. Yeah, I was going through some pretty emotional stuff.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's just I couldn't focus. But what I do remember is them dropping me back off at the Langs, and I remember going back into Rosie, and seeing the state of affairs in there, and
What does that mean?
Emily was deceased, and there was blood, and it was bad, and
Did you sleep that night?
no, I got a blanket and I covered him, and I sat with her and talked with her, and yeah, the three of us just sat together, and yeah, we just cried, and
You cried.
yeah. Remington was it was like she knew what happened, and she was like she was whining, and
So that's Saturday night.
yep.
Do you have any recollection of Sunday?
Well, I remember drinking. I remember sitting on the floor, like, holding Em's
Let me
hand.
stop you there.
Uh-huh.
Did you have all of this, what were you drinking? Was it still what you told us before, vodka and Red Bull?
No. No, I believe that, well, that was Saturday night, so I remember drinking red wine and gin.
Was this alcohol that you already had purchased and had in the bus?
Yes?
It's a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, I had a real problem. And I didn't want to feel, I didn't want to be in my emotions like that, and I drank, and then I remember the sun coming up on Sunday, but I don't really.
Do you remember anything happening on Monday?
All I remember is from there on is just like flashes of things, and just really like distorted.
Let me ask you specifically, do you remember going to the Basses on Monday?
I remember like a flash of being on the road, like riding there. I remember a flash of seeing Adrian's eyes.
Why did you go to the Basses?
So was that Monday? I had I found out that I went to the Basses, and
I mean, you found out. What do you mean you found out?
well, I read a transcript.
Okay, so I'm asking you if you have an independent memory or recollection of going to the Basses.
All I remember is like seeing Adrian's eyes, and yeah. Then after that, I remember having like a sensation of like hugging Spencer and like falling into his car.
Okay. So, very sporadic memories.
Yeah. It's just there's no like memory reel. It's just there's a piece here and a piece there, and nothing lines up, and I can't.
We'll take our afternoon break now.
Okay.
And I want to talk to the parties for a moment. Before lunch, your estimate was you were going to be another hour. It's been, we're working on, it's been a little over an hour and a half.
Covered now things that I was planning to cover later on.
How much longer do you think your direct will be?
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
45 minutes-ish.
I'm not holding you to an amount to cross, but is it, do you think we would finish cross today? If you start at 3:30 or 3:45? Again, there's no need to say yes.
I don't know.
Okay. All right, and we'll talk about tomorrow, but I think we're probably looking push back, maybe pushing back closings, certainly till at least Thursday afternoon and maybe Friday morning, but we'll see how things go, depending on what further evidence there might be. All right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything to address before we bring back the jury?
No, thank you.
Okay? Bring in the jury. Please be seated. We're back in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. After our mid-afternoon break, all members of the jury are present, and we'll continue with direct examination. Ms. Jan.
Thank you, Judge. So, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. You've admitted that you lied on multiple occasions over the course of the weekend, right?
Right.
Do you remember the things, you've already testified that you lied to your sister, you lied to the Langs.
Yes.
Any other lies that you remember telling?
No.
Do you remember sending text messages to Emily's phone over the course of the weekend? Stand by
I do remember sending messages when I was with my sister. Well, I'll send, I'll text her, see where she's at, and
Why did you do that?
that was another lie. I did not want to tell my sister what happened.
And when you were at the Basses, do you remember having a telephone conversation with a law enforcement officer from Vermont?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Why were you lying to all these people about where Emily was?
Well, so it's like this. I had talked to my grandmother about coming to Pennsylvania to help get her out of her home and put her into a safer home, either like a one-story home or like an assisted living. And Emily and I were going to go to Pennsylvania to help make that process happen. And if I would have told people, then the police would have been called, and I would be detained, and I would not be able to help my grandmother get her life together. So I wanted to move forward with my plans, even though what happened.
So your testimony is that you lied because you wanted to get back to Pennsylvania to help your grandmother move.
Yes.
Why didn't you just go back to Pennsylvania instead of hanging around all weekend?
Well, so I took the opportunity to be with my sister, as I hadn't seen her in years, and I didn't do so. I spent time doing that. I was catching up with my friends that the Langs and spent time with them. I asked them what they wanted to do and hung out with them. And yeah, that was why I was. Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. My everything sort of just like got turned upside down. So I spent time with the people that were around, and
Do you remember inflicting any stab? Do you remember inflicting any stab wounds into Emily's body after she was dead?
no.
Do you remember cutting her up?
I have one flash of memory where I cut into her leg with a knife, and then I stopped. It made me sick, and I remember being sick, like nauseous and vomiting, and that's all I remember is being sick.
Just once?
No, I tried. Incident.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your taped interview with the police. At the time you talked to them, when was the last time you had slept? So you talked to them about 2:30, roughly, on Tuesday afternoon. Prior to that,
We left for our trip Friday, so Thursday night into Friday. I woke up Friday morning.
so Friday morning was the last time you slept before you were interviewed by the police. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I woke up Friday morning, somewhere about 7:30. Yeah, we slept. And we were in New Hampshire, and we slept in her bedroom.
You've seen your recorded interview a couple of times, right?
I have.
And do you remember Detective Voris asking you more than once, where did you sleep that night? Do you remember seeing that?
I saw the video of it. I don't remember. I don't have memory of that. I don't have access to a lot of my memories at this point. I only have what I've seen on the video.
Okay. You saw on the video that you said to him, I slept on the bus more than one.
I saw that on the video.
Yeah. But your testimony is that you were essentially, you hadn't slept.
Can I ask you not to lead the witness?
Yes, certainly, Judge. Yep. The first time you saw the video, what was your reaction to seeing yourself and hearing what you said?
It was revolting. My reaction was disgust. I was revolted to see and hear so like depersonalized, like disassociated, just I don't know how to. It was revolting to me to watch that video.
The first time you saw the video, did you remember participating? Do you have memories of that interview occurring?
No, it's no. When I watched that video, it's like I don't know if anyone here has ever gone blackout and then come to and found videos and photos where that you just can't explain. But, like I see myself on the video, but I don't remember being there.
You don't remember being there? You don't remember anything that you said? I think you told us earlier that several weeks after you were detained by the police, you started having flashback memories. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what's the first thing you remember? Were these in dreams, or how did this come about?
Well, after recovering, there was
What do you mean recovering?
there was a period where I wasn't sleeping, and I felt like, I don't know how to say this, but I felt like I don't know, like I was broken in two. Like I was, my body and my mind weren't the same, and it took some time. I was having a lot of nightmares, and I was having poor sleep. So once I finally felt rested and realized where I was trying to figure out what had happened that had gotten me there. And that's when I was able to read the affidavit from that interview, the video interview, and none of it made sense to me.
And so when did you first remember that, as you testified today, Emily was going to shoot you?
When when I was arrested and I was thinking what happened, that's when the memories started coming to me. It was like those same kind of flashbacks that I was having, but like the pieces started kind of like coming together a little bit more. There's and it's frustrating because this whole process has been kind of strange, picking up new pieces and trying to put the thing back together. And yeah, I've never experienced anything like this, so it just makes me feel I have some very strong feelings about it, and yeah, I just need help putting the puzzle back together.
So I don't think I went over this with you, but you have no criminal record, do you?
No.
And so you had no experience being...
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
So here's the question for you. To explain to these people why you didn't tell the police everything you've told us today. That, as you've explained, you shot Emily because,
Again, just ask the
yes,
question.
fine. Why didn't you tell the police that?
I don't remember talking to the police.
That's, at all. Much of the information that you provided to the police corresponds with, was corroborated by other means, like where your phone was and with whom you met. The only thing that is missing from that interview is that you didn't tell them that you shot her in self-defense. And your explanation is what?
I didn't remember talking to the police. You know, the memories came to me as they came to me, which was, as I said before, like after I had rested and I felt like I could use my mind, then I was trying to figure out what exactly it was that happened, and that's when all the flashbacks started coming back, and then I described it to you guys.
So your answer, to summarize what you said, is you have no memory of the interview.
I watched the video of it.
And your memories came back in fragments weeks later.
Still, you know, as we're doing this, that just is foreign to me. So
Is foreign to you?
yes.
I may have a moment, Judge.
You may.
I have nothing else. Thank you. State these.
Ms. Zanu.
Thank you. The truth is that before leaving New Hampshire, you stopped at Market Basket, right?
I did see that, yes.
That's the truth,
I saw that on the PowerPoint.
and it's the truth.
I don't remember it. Yes.
It is what happened.
Okay.
Do you agree with me that that's what happened?
I don't remember it, so if you have says that, then I agree with you.
And you left New Hampshire around 3:45 on Friday. Is that the truth?
That's what the geolocation thing provided.
Well, Mr. Ferlazzo, you testified today that you left New Hampshire on Friday afternoon, so you remember that.
I don't remember the exact time.
And you stopped in Andover for gas,
Yes.
and you spent money on gas, $27.09,
Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
and you stopped in Lebanon.
Is that correct?
That's the
I
truth. You
don't-
stopped in Lebanon.
Okay.
Am I too loud?
Right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You got to Vermont, and you stopped at Crossroads Beverage in Waterbury.
I did see that on the PowerPoint, yes.
And you spent some money at Crossroads, you got some gas, and you bought a bottle of liquor at the liquor store, $22.40.
Okay.
And then you went to your sister's Airbnb,
Yes.
parking lot,
Correct.
and you got there around 7:20 on Friday night.
Yes.
And we can all agree that at 7:20 on a date in the middle of October, it's dark in Vermont.
Yes.
And your sister was still in Burlington,
Yes.
and you texted with her,
Yes.
and she and Ariel stopped by the camper to talk when they got back.
That's correct.
And you guys discussed plans to go and watch Netflix inside.
That is correct.
But you changed your mind and didn't go watch Netflix.
That is correct.
And you texted Nikki at 9:39 and said you weren't coming in. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending the text, but you have it there in front of you, so,
And you said to her, I'll see you in the morning.
all right.
And you said, you still drink coffee?
All right.
Said that to your sister?
That was what I said to her? That's, you have that?
Would you like to see the text?
I don't remember the text. I don't remember the text exactly, so if you have them, then,
Do you want to see them?
I mean, I don't have to. If you're gonna read them to me, then we can do it this way, or,
So you've testified that Emily was mad when you got to Bolton,
she was angry.
and she was mad about Jolene.
I would believe so. She never said anything about that to me, so I don't know if I should speculate on that or not.
Well, Jolene's your ex-wife,
Correct.
and Jolene lives in the same condo complex as your sister's Airbnb.
That's also correct.
May we
And-
approach?
So Jolene lives in the same condo complex as your sister's Airbnb,
Correct.
and that was the first thing that came up when you put the car in park, was Jolene, correct?
She was never brought up.
You sent a text message to Jolene on the 17th. Do you remember texting Jolene?
I don't. I don't.
And you were texting about wishing that you could have seen her when you were in Vermont.
Okay.
And you said to her that you couldn't see her because it was the first thing that came up, and I said I want to take Bear for a walk with Remy. She only turns around to kick me to the curb. It's no big deal. I spent the day with my sister. It was awesome. Remember sending that text?
I don't.
So Emily's mad at you. You guys argue, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's rebuffing you.
Yes.
She doesn't want to dance.
No.
She doesn't want the candles on.
Correct. Me.
She went and laid down in the bed.
Yes.
She's facing outward, scrolling on her phone,
Yes.
saying hurtful things to you.
She was muttering something.
She was saying things like, I don't want to be with you. This is stupid.
She was saying that she didn't want to be there.
She was saying, you're pathetic.
Yeah, she said this was a pathetic trip.
You told police that she was grumbling a bunch of hurtful things,
That's what I said.
and that's what you remember.
I remember her muttering some things. It was in things.
You're sitting down on the couch, correct?
When?
When Emily's saying these hurtful things to you. You're sitting on the couch.
No. No.
You're standing in the aisle.
Yeah, I was doing some,
You're yoga dancing.
yes, that's correct.
And you say that you light some candles,
Yes,
and Emily doesn't like the candlelight.
that's correct.
And she tells you to put them out.
That's also correct.
And you don't put them out.
No, I don't.
And she gets up and she grabs one of these candles,
Yes.
these big Yankee candles,
Yes.
glass,
Yes, ma'am.
heavy.
Very.
And she starts hitting you in the head with it
Yes, ma'am.
and in the body.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're able to grab onto her and get the candle away from her.
That's correct.
And that is over. She goes and lays back down.
Yes. Well, actually, I didn't see her lay back down. I grabbed the puppy and went outside.
When you came in, she was in the bed,
Yes.
and you are trying to relax,
Yes.
trying to enjoy your vacation,
Yes.
and you make a decision,
What decision?
the decision that you need to stop this.
I was having some drinks and smoking.
You decided, enough, I'm going to put an end to this.
No.
You
From-
got up from the couch where
I
you were
was-
having your drink.
I wasn't on the couch.
You told the police that you got up.
I don't remember talking to the police.
Yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw the video.
Did you hear the video?
I heard the video.
And you heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
That was on the video, yes.
And you heard it.
Yes.
And you got your Glock.
Are we talking about the video?
I'm talking about what happened. You
Right.
got the Glock,
Correct.
and you put the pillow over her head.
I with a pillow at one point.
The pillow was over her head when you shot her,
That is correct.
and it was over her head when you shot her the second time.
That is correct.
And when you realized that you had just shot your wife, you didn't go and get your sister.
No.
You had another drink.
I sat with Emily for a while before drinking more.
You actually put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
You tied a bag around her neck.
When at some point there was the next day I had to move her body from the bed to the floor of the shower, and I wrapped the bag around her head and tied a bag around her neck. I I remember you saying it.
You remember doing that.
I remember putting a bag under her head.
Cleaned up,
Yes.
you picked up her shoes,
Yes.
you picked up her phone,
Yes.
you shut her phone off.
Her phone was off.
You told the police that you shut her phone off.
I told Emily to turn her phone off.
You shut her phone off after you shot her.
Her phone was off. She shut it off.
You put her wallet in a bag.
No.
You told the police that you put her wallet in a bag.
I don't remember talking to the police.
I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, but you've listened to the video and you've heard your words. So you told the police that you put her wallet in a bag, correct?
I did see the video.
And you heard you utter the words, "I put her wallet in a bag."
I don't remember that.
You heard
Oh,
yourself
the
say
video
those
on the
things.
video?
Yes.
I saw the video, yeah.
And you heard yourself say, "I put her wallet in a bag."
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off." You watched the video.
Yes,
You were here with us.
right.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off."
Yeah, the video is disturbing to me to watch. There's a lot of it that doesn't make any sense to me, so I don't do a good job on focusing on the details of it.
I understand it is disturbing, but we heard you say, "I shut her phone off." Did you hear that?
The video saying that,
And the person on the video who was saying that was you, Mr. Ferlazzo.
yes.
And you told the police,
I'd like very brief to approach.
so Mr. Ferlazzo, you told police that you shut Emily's phone off. Is that correct?
From the video? Yes. I said that on the video.
And you told the police that you shut her phone off because she wasn't going to be using it anymore.
Like I said, I don't remember the video. It's hard for me to focus on the details of it, so if that's what happened, then my recollection is different
So if that's in the video, you said that.
If that's in the video of
You're
me-
not contesting that that was some other person
I'm
in the
not,
video?
definitely, no, I'm not. That's, there's a video of me saying a bunch of stuff on the video.
And you put the bloody pillow in a garbage bag. Yes?
Yes?
You flip the mattress over.
Yes?
You put new sheets on the bed.
Yes?
You put new blankets on the bed.
Yes?
Put some new pillows on the bed.
Yes?
And you never called the police.
I did not.
After you shot Emily, you continued to text her phone, correct?
Yes?
And you continued to call her phone.
Yes?
And this was the phone that you turned off.
I didn't turn her phone off. She turned her phone off.
This was the phone you put in a bag.
I didn't put a phone in a bag.
This was the phone that you threw away somewhere.
Yes? Yes?
You texted her when you were out to dinner with your sister. Yes?
Did I?
You testified on direct that you texted her when you were out with your sister at dinner.
I remember Nikki bringing my phone, and I remember texting her. I don't remember texting her at dinner.
You testified when Attorney Jantz was just asking you that when you were out at dinner, Nikki was asking about Emily, and you texted her.
That was when I was at the Langs.
You weren't eating dinner at the Langs, you were eating dinner at Twig's.
I remember texting Emily's phone. I remember texting her phone at the Lang's house. I don't remember texting her phone at dinner.
You texted her at the Lang's house, that is correct.
Right.
And you did text her when you were out to dinner with your sister Nikki.
I did?
You called her multiple times,
Yes, that's what it showed on the phone record.
and this was the phone that was shut off,
Yes?
and the phone that was somewhere in the garbage or in the river.
Yes.
And you texted her throughout the weekend.
That's what the records say.
And you called her throughout the weekend.
Yes.
So Saturday morning, you decide to make coffee.
Yes.
You don't call the police on Saturday morning.
No.
You don't tell your sister on Saturday morning.
That's correct.
You bring coffee to your sister.
Yes.
You go take a shower in her Airbnb.
Yes.
Because Emily was in the bathroom of the RV.
I moved Emily from the bed to the shower floor, the bathroom of the RV, to so she wouldn't roll off the bed on the trip to the Langs.
You went to breakfast with your sister
That's right.
at Maxie's.
Yes.
You didn't tell your sister at breakfast that you had shot Emily twice the night before.
No. I had a talk with my sister prior to our reunion not to bring any of our drama.
You didn't want to. You ordered a mimosa at breakfast?
Yes.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating, but I feel like I feel like on your the evidence.
You ate breakfast.
Yes.
Had some eggs.
I don't remember eating.
Saturday afternoon, you drive the camper up to St. Albans.
Yes,
Emily's in the camper.
that's correct.
She's not alive.
No, she's deceased.
You drive through Richmond, Williston, Burlington. You don't stop there to tell the police that Emily was dead.
That's correct.
You drive right past the Vermont State Police Barracks in Williston on the interstate.
I don't know where that is.
You don't stop.
No.
You go up to the Langs. You park the RV.
That's correct.
You go into that Lang's house.
Yes.
And when the Langs ask where Emily is, you don't tell them that you killed her.
No.
You come up with a story that she's off visiting friends.
Right.
You give your sister a tattoo,
Yes.
multiple hours, correct?
Yes.
Pine cones, maple leaves, acorns.
Yes.
You're able to give her that tattoo and successfully give her that tattoo.
Yes.
It looks like acorns.
There was a photo of it, but I couldn't really see the photo.
You had no problem giving her a tattoo.
I was successful in giving her a tattoo.
And you would agree with me that it takes a steady hand to give a tattoo.
That's correct.
Just like in piercing, you need to have a steady hand.
That is correct.
You don't say anything to your sister while you're giving her her the tattoo about what happened to Emily.
No.
You lie to your sister somewhere. She was getting an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Yes, I remember saying that she was getting an Uber.
Because you didn't want to bring any drama.
That's correct.
You guys go out to dinner at Twigs.
Okay.
You remember going out to dinner at Twigs?
I remember being at Twigs. Yes, yes,
Had some drinks.
yes.
Told Detective Voris, good food, good drinks at Twigs.
Detective Voris,
James.
from the interview video. He was here. He was here a couple days ago, right?
You told him that
Yesterday.
Twigs has good food and good drinks.
That's what I said.
And you didn't tell your sister out at dinner about what happened to Emily.
No.
And when you got back to, when she dropped you off at the Langs, you didn't tell them the truth about what happened to Emily.
No, I did not.
You get up on Sunday morning, you come to Burlington, you hang out with your sister. You don't tell her what happened.
I don't really remember Sunday so well, but I did see from the PowerPoint that we were having breakfast in Burlington.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating.
You don't call the police on Sunday.
No, ma'am.
You don't tell your sister what happened.
No, ma'am.
On the way back to St. Albans, you stop at Hannaford's.
Is that correct?
You saw the PowerPoint presentation.
I don't remember this part.
You buy bleach.
I saw that. Yep.
You hang out at the bonfire at the Lang's house.
I do have a flash of memory of seeing a bonfire.
And you don't tell Sarah at the bonfire about what really happened to Emily.
I don't remember much other than like the flash of of seeing a fire.
Is it fair to say that you didn't tell Sarah what happened?
I don't remember anything but seeing a flash of a fire. So there was Emily had left vacation.
So you lied to Sarah.
I did lie to Sarah.
And you didn't tell anybody at the bonfire, Sarah, Jason, their kids, the police officer. You didn't tell anybody about what really happened to Emily.
Yes.
Your plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
I have a memory of burying Emily. Well, I have a memory of, well, I was talking to Emily about, she was deceased, and well, I was talking to her about giving her a burial, and
So you were going to bury Emily in the woods.
my plan, as I just said when I was talking to Emily, I do remember saying I want to bury your body, and
you were going to do that in
talking to Emily and her that I wanted to bury her body, and that the memories, it feels a bit strange, but it was, you know, they're, I don't know how to say this, but
Let me ask it another way, Mr. Ferlazzo. You remember watching the video,
I watched the video, yeah,
and in the video you were speaking.
yes.
That was you in the video.
Right.
And in that video, you told James and Seth that you wanted to take her body into the woods and bury it.
So I remember talking to Emily, and I think this was Saturday night, and I was talking to her and just telling her like that I wanted to bury her body, and the conversation, well, it wasn't a conversation, but I don't know if it was like a delusion or what, but it was like I was talking to her. But I know that.
So that's not my question about you talking to her. My question was, that was you on the video.
In the video, yes, yes.
That was you talking,
Yes,
and you told Detective Voris and Detective Richardson that you were going to take Emily's body into the woods and bury it.
that's what I said on the video, yes.
And you said that you couldn't get it into the woods in one piece.
From the video? Yeah, I was pretty revolted by watching the video, so I haven't really taken in all the details of it, but
Well, I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, and this is not the first time you've seen the video.
I've watched the video a few times.
Okay. And it's been 3 years since, more than 3 years since you spoke on that video.
Yes.
And you told police in that video that you couldn't get her into the woods in one piece.
That, am I supposed to speculate on? I mean, that makes sense, but
I'm
we
not
just,
asking you to speculate, I'm asking you to confirm what is in the video.
the video says that.
Okay. And in the video, you said that you, that is why you cut her body up,
Yes, that's what the video says.
to get her into the woods to bury her.
Yes, that's what the video says.
And that's what you said on the video, correct?
Yes, I have no memory of talking to the police, so,
But I'm asking you if that's you on the video.
it's me on the video.
And that is those are the words that are coming out of your mouth on the video.
Yes,
Okay. And while you're involved in dismembering her, you decide that you're going to stab her through the heart. Are you disputing that Emily was stabbed through the heart?
that's what the autopsy expert said.
And you stabbed her 8 times in the abdomen?
I have no memory of it.
And you stabbed her 9 times in the back?
Still,
Still?
no memory.
And as you were using the carpenter saw in the van to dismember Emily, at no time did you have a thought of, I should call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
As you're cutting her arm off and you're getting sick, you don't think, this has gone far enough, I have to call the police?
I don't have a recollection of a lot of the event.
You
as
do
it-
have a recollection of getting sick when you
Yeah, I
did that.
I do have a recollection of, there was one recollection that it's like a flash of a recall of like taking a knife across her leg.
Well, you used a saw to cut her body up. Police in the video.
I have no memory except for there was a memory about the like cutting into her leg with a knife and being sick over it.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you didn't cut into her leg with a knife. You cut into her leg with a saw.
I have a memory of cutting into her leg with a knife.
You told police that you cut her with a saw.
On the video,
Yes,
that's what was said on the video.
that's what you said on the video.
Yes.
And you did this multiple times.
What did I do multiple times?
Cut her with the saw.
I don't have any memory except for, like I said, I have a memory of cutting into her leg. And
Not disputing that her arms were cut off.
the evidence shows that her arms were cut off.
And you're not disputing that her legs were cut off.
That's what it shows.
And you're not disputing that her feet were cut off.
No,
And you're not disputing that her head was cut off.
no.
You also took her wedding off and put it in the cup holder.
Okay.
Ms. Jantz asked you about why you went back to New Hampshire. Is that right? You don't remember why you went back to New Hampshire?
Am I talking about what I remember? Or am I talking about what I've seen?
I'm asking you, when Ms. Jantz was asking you questions about why you went back to New Hampshire on Monday, you said, I don't remember.
That's correct.
You told the police that you went back to New Hampshire on Monday because you were expected back in New Hampshire on Monday.
From the video?
And Adrian and David were expecting you and Emily back on Monday. Correct?
Is it?
And you needed to get your Jeep.
Okay.
You got your Jeep, right?
That's correct.
Because you needed something to get Emily's body into the woods.
Yeah,
You didn't tell Emily's parents what happened.
correct.
You didn't tell Emily's parents I acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to Emily's parents.
You didn't tell Trooper Cody you acted in self-defense.
From the video?
You saw the video. You heard your conversation. You didn't tell him you acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to Trooper Cody.
So when you were in New Hampshire, that's when Emily finally was reported missing. Is that, Mr. Ferlazzo, have you been present for the last 3 days here in court?
Yes,
And you've heard the testimony, correct? And you've seen the evidence, correct? I need a
that's
verbal
correct.
response.
That is correct.
And the testimony and evidence is that Emily was reported missing on Monday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Monday, when Emily was reported missing, she was in a van in St. Albans, correct?
Yes,
And you were in Northfield, New Hampshire.
yes,
And you were 3 hours from that van. And you decided that you needed to buy yourself some time to get back to that van. So you lied to your in-laws.
yes,
You told them that the van was at some guy named Kurt's.
from the, I do, yes, I remember hearing that.
And
With the party's approach.
So you head back to Vermont from New Hampshire in the,
Okay.
do you have a memory of that?
No.
You go to Spencer's,
Yes.
you text Spencer on the way, you know you're coming.
She asked about.
Do you not remember?
No, ma'am.
And you arrive at Spencer's house.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You remember giving Spencer a hug
I do remember feeling an embrace.
from Spencer,
Yes.
and you head off to get your van
That's correct.
because you need to move it so that the police don't find it.
I had told Spencer,
I'm not asking you what you told Spencer. I'm asking you about going to the van.
okay,
You go to the van because you need to move the van.
okay.
Again,
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, do you have a memory
No, ma'am.
when you get close to the van, you see all the police?
Okay.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
So are you telling me that you don't remember seeing the brigade of police?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember telling Spencer to turn the car around?
Is that what I did?
Do you not remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember telling Spencer that you shot Emily?
No, ma'am.
And you don't remember telling Spencer that you to shoot you?
No, ma'am.
You slept in the woods that night.
I don't remember that.
You went to Maplefield's convenience store the next day.
I don't remember that either.
To the police station from Amy Nolan.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
No, my memory started to dissolve at some point. I don't really remember anything past Sunday, so.
When you are at the police station, you have memory. The police, what happened on Friday?
Are we talking about the interview from the video?
When you were at the police station on Tuesday at 2:15 in the afternoon,
Okay.
you had memories of what happened on Friday.
I don't have a memory of being at the police station.
Would you agree with me that from what we've seen,
We've seen videos.
that you had a memory of what happened on Friday?
We've seen a video of me on a video.
And in that video, you are telling the police what you remember.
I don't remember talking with the police. I just remember watching a video.
And
Like I said, I don't remember talking with the police.
I understand that, Mr.
Tuesday.
Ferlazzo. You gave the police a very long account of what happened.
I watched the video.
And you would agree with me that based on that, you had a memory on October 19th of what happened on October 15th and October 16th and October 17th and October 18th.
May we approach?
I don't know what I would call that, but I don't remember being there.
Um, Mr. Ferlazzo, you purchased the Glock
Yes.
in September 2017.
Is that, you have a record of that?
Do you remember purchasing the Glock in September of 2017?
I don't remember when I got it.
Do you remember going to Pero's and buying it?
I remember going to Paris. I don't remember when.
And we can agree that September of 2017 was 2.5, 3 years before you met Emily?
I met Emily 2018 for the first time.
Well, before you and Emily started seeing each other romantically.
We're talking about, did you say September of 2017?
Well, that's what I said a couple of questions ago, but you and Emily started dating in the spring, summer of 2020.
Okay, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And you purchased the Glock before you met Emily
Yes.
at Pero's
Correct.
in Waterbury
Correct.
in 2017.
Correct.
And you purchased the Taurus in 2018.
Do you have a record of that? I don't remember when I got that one.
You got it at Pero's?
Did I? No, that doesn't seem right. So I actually seem to recall, are we still talking about this, or are you done?
Sorry?
Are we still talking about the Taurus?
Just talking about the Taurus.
To my recollection, I had a Taurus pistol that had a factory defect, and I sent it in to be the Taurus 9mm that you're talking about now. What year did you say that
Mr.
was?
Ferlazzo, is that your information, Richmond address?
Can we have this identified, please?
Mr. Ferlazzo, that is your contact information, right?
What do we got here?
This is Marcus.
140s. I can help you, Mr. Ferlazzo. Down here in the bottom here, this is your contact information, right?
I'm reading this paper that you put in front of me. It was August 14th, 2018.
Thanks for interrupting, but it has been marked. Can we identify it by an exhibit number and what it is?
So it's exhibit number 140, and you can suggest what it is since she's asking.
So it's
No, you showed it to me already. I just wanted to identify it for the record.
And the purchase date is August of 2018, correct?
I saw a ship to date. Is it?
Mr. Ferlazzo, I'm going to help you.
Help me out.
Right here, purchase date, 2018.
Yeah, see, I was looking over here at the ship to date.
So purchase date 8/20/2018.
I see that.
Okay, you agree with me that you purchased it in August of 2018?
That's what it looks like.
And that was before you and Emily started seeing each other?
Yes.
And all of the gun, the Taurus, that you are claiming Emily had under her pillow, the drawer of the camper,
Yes.
not under the pillow.
They found it in a drawer. I saw a picture of evidence that There's a photograph of it in the
And
drawer.
it got in that drawer because you put it there?
That's correct.
The gun that Emily pulled on you,
That's correct.
tucked it away in the drawer.
It was in a drawer.
Holstered it.
Yes, it was in a drawer.
Holstered.
Yes, it was in a holster in a drawer.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you're claiming that you don't have Saturday afternoon. Is that correct?
I got probably, it really starts to fall apart like Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Or meeting with James and Seth at the police department that you hadn't slept in days. Is that right?
I don't remember sleeping.
Meeting with James and Seth.
From the video?
From reality.
From meeting, we are talking about the video, right?
We're talking about reality.
Okay.
And you remembered that it was Tuesday.
On the video, there was talk of the,
You were able to clarify details for Detective Boris? Do you remember clarifying details for him?
are we asking me about watching the video, or are we asking me what I remember?
About the truth for Detective Boris.
Are you asking me about the video, or are you asking me about
I'm
what I
asking you
remember?
about the truth.
Okay.
You clarified details for Detective Boris.
I don't remember speaking with Detective Boris.
They had Spencer's last name.
From the video.
You corrected Detective Boris when he thought that you had gotten to Spencer's house at 11:30 in the morning. You corrected him and said, no, it was PM. No memory.
Are we talking about the video or what I remember?
Again, we're talking about reality.
Yeah, like I said, my memory still, yeah.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, we can agree that you lie.
Yes, I have lied to people.
You lied to Nikki.
Yes.
You lied to Nikki and told her that Emily had run off.
Yes.
You repeated that lie to Nikki later that night at Twig.
Well, I don't have the best memory of being at Twigs.
You lied to Sarah Lang about what happened.
Yes, I do remember telling Sarah that Emily ran off.
And you lied to Jason Lang.
I don't remember that.
You lied to David Bass.
I don't remember that.
You lied to Adrian Bass.
Remember that.
You lied to Trooper Cody.
Remember that. About.
Everything.
What I have to work with.
No questions.
No redirect.
Does the defense have any other witnesses?
No, we do not. Defense rests.
The parties approach. All right, folks, we're going to stop for the day. In fact, given some matters we're going to have to discuss of a legal nature. In the morning, we're not going to start until the afternoon. So we'll start promptly at 1 o'clock, but you have the morning to relax. I will again ask you, please don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't try to learn anything about it on social media or try and learn anything through the internet or news. We're getting close to the end, but we need to make sure that we stay diligent in that regard. Okay? Okay? Have a good night, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Please be here at 1:45, and we'll get started promptly at 1.
All right. Anything else today?
No, Judge.
So you can, if you can let both Jance and myself know before the night's out whether you intend on offering a rebuttal case, that would be.
Just to clarify what that means before the night's out, are we talking?
Peggy, we'll do it as soon as possible. Okay.
Just
I
want
was
an
gonna
idea.
get the evidence, but as long as they get it to you this evening, I thought that would be good. If they think they can.
Well,
do it in 20 minutes.
it's a question of if there's any server witnesses that I may need to call.
You're gonna,
And that depends on who, if any, they call.
Sir rebuttal is, we'll see whether there would be a Sir rebuttal. And I'm going to take that up now. In any event, they promised to get through the. All right, thank you. Have a good night.